there, everyone. Welcome back to our channel. Today, we're going to talk about actionable marketplace solutions and how they can help us become more accountable and productive in our daily lives. You see, by producing results and focusing on bottom-up accountability, our membership can truly shine as a vibrant example of what's possible. On the other hand, top-down corrective measures have often exposed the weaknesses of humanity, but that's all about to change. The Internet of Things is a wake-up call for all of us, urging us to be the change that others will see. This change will drive the greatest production of humanity, and the world is more than ready for it. So, let's work smarter and embrace this change together. Thank you so much for tuning in. And if you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to our channel, and share it with your friends. Until next time, stay productive and accountable.
Well, hello. Another time. I am here again. I'll be here every day. And hopefully after today, I'll be here most of the day and night. I am reaching out to anyone who produces content, influencers, people that have a following, people that care about your fellow man, care about good, healthy change. If you care to be vibrant and honest and have honor and do the right thing, we need to reason together. We need to do things with each other in mind. And we need to be selfish about our motives. You need to really get your mind wrapped around this fact. You are responsible for you. It's your obligation to your self-sustainability to provide an independent, stable life for yourself. And working together, if you have that mentality, if you will help me, I'll help you. And that's usually how it works in a fair marketplace of goods and services and working together. I don't care to involve politics or religion, but I do focus on reasoning and building and producing. We need to create a force of honest, hard-working people that care about changing reality. You need to invest everything you do in, number one, yourself, and number two, a good life, not based on money, not based on having something more or better than someone else, but based on you. Because at the end of the day, you're responsible for you. So, if we're all strong and independent, just think about the value that is in a society where most people are codependent. Most people depend on rice and they live to die. I live to have a better life. I have an obligation to myself not to repeat the hard lessons of my past. I have a moral obligation. I have a very serious obligation to President Duterte, Maharlika. I can't change the world, but I sure change myself. And the way I see it, everything is waiting for us to be real. not Oracan. Ay nako. It's not about technology. It's not about the new gadgets, or it's about how we do things. How do we come together and have a good example? How do we create attention on good vibes, honesty, and purpose? Everything in the world is misunderstood. Some of you feel that if you leave the country, if you work abroad, it'll solve your problems. No, it just complicates your life. It compounds your problems, and 90% of the time, you never reach your dream goal. You think you might work abroad, 2 years, 5 years. Well, some people I know, they've been abroad all their life. They're not going home. There's 5 million expats in the U.S. from the Philippines. Think about in the world. How many people left their homeland, their families? How many people have a different attitude now? Wow. Success is not money. Goodness is not spirituality and church and religion. Reality is you. Together, we govern this world. We set the standards. We create the image. And somehow, we allow ourselves to not change and grow and be real. You weren't born to be in a complicated, crazy world. You were born to be a self-sustaining, happy, reproducing person. It's called a divine purpose, a manifest destiny. Well, if you follow the links and the hashtags, it's simple. We should create some attention. If we come together and we drive our purpose with good intention, your intention should be you. What could you do with me that would make a better life for you and me? Well, I'll explain that. If you follow me and I follow you and we work together, I can help you and you can help me. And together, if we serve ourselves and we judge ourselves according to always being true to ourselves, that means I'll be true to myself, you'll be true to yourself, and together we can be in the power of agreement. It's not about prayer. It's not about meditation. It's about real. It's about changing. If you intend, if you desire happiness and health and safety and acceptance and love and forgiveness, well, then do it. It's your reality. Don't cry to me, because I'll wait for you to stop crying and I'll say, okay, you finished? Now let's fix the problem. See, there's too many cycles of broken intention, broken reasoning, broken understanding. We have a misconception. There's a perception deception. Too many people think that what they're doing is going to lead to a better day. No. If that's in your thoughts, then you're not doing the right thing. Because when you're living correctly and you have everything balanced and you're really storing your attributes, your personality in a life of goodness and good vibes and positive attitude and production, If you're producing, you'll have more than you need. You'll be peaceful. You won't be worrying. You won't be crying, and everything will start coming to you. Do you think blessings and good things will come to a broken, crazy person? No, not really. I don't know any crazy person that has a good, honest, transparent life. I know a lot of people that think they do. They think they have everything under control because they justify their life based on some plan, some doctrine, some path, some value other than their moral obligation to themselves. You know, if you focus and you fix the relationship with you and reality, you will fulfill your obligation to your life. We have to look at things in the right perspective.
Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to our channel. Today, we're going to talk about actionable marketplace solutions and how they can help us become more accountable and productive in our daily lives. You see, by producing results and focusing on bottom-up accountability, our membership can truly shine as a vibrant example of what's possible. On the other hand, top-down corrective measures have often exposed the weaknesses of humanity, but that's all about to change. The Internet of Things is a wake-up call for all of us, urging us to be the change that others will see. This change will drive the greatest production of humanity, and the world is more than ready for it. So, let's work smarter and embrace this change together. Thank you so much for tuning in. And if you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to our channel, and share it with your friends. Until next time, stay productive and accountable.
I'll download these two segments and put them together and run it on my playlist. But if you take care of your business with yourself, then you have your main problem solved. You know, you have to be responsible for yourself. And you have to have people in your life that care about you the right way. No one's going to walk you like a baby until you're stable. It's not how the world works. But if you allow me to show you how much I care for you, I will stand by you, and I'll work every day like you. I'll even provide opportunities, unlimited opportunities, because the world doesn't work properly. The world works backwards. See? When you go to that box and you pray to that person that doesn't exist, it keeps you broken. When you think about dying, you think about bad things all the time. That's a mentality, that's a system that keeps you and controls you. But if you surround yourself with good people that are motivated to do something, you better make sure you have people that care about themselves. Because if you have people that care about somebody else more than they care for themselves, you're going to stay stuck. You're going to stay broken, you're going to stay hurt, and you'll never reach the goals of your life. You know, you really should look at life as a lesson, especially pertaining to the past. You know, we have to take the scales from our eyes and open our mind and think and reason together. What is our reason? Well, our reason should be to be better people, because it's our life. It's our situation. It doesn't belong to anyone else. God's not going to fix our problem because we made the problem. God's not going to judge us and kill us. We will, though. That's our foolishness. So, you know, I judge my life based on reality. I care enough about you to humble myself and speak clear intention and provide stable relationships. stable interactions. Because I don't desire to have a bunch of people in my life that, Sir John, Sir John, Sir John, please, can I ask you? I don't need beggars in my life. I don't need people that cry about their problems over and over and all the time. Bakit? So I can be depressed and crying too? I had enough of that. I know how to build. I know how to make things happen. I know what needs to happen in every barangay, every providence, every home, every person's life. I know what has to happen. And it's not a book. It's not a religion. It's not anything but you and me. It's called humanity. Fixing the problem. That's what we have to do. We have to take care of our lives, and the result of our life needs to accomplish something good, because the world is full of good opportunities. The world has enough opportunities to resolve all the problems on earth if all 8 billion humans chose to be good people the same day. Maybe 1 week the world would change drastically. The world would be a better place if fear and lies and bad things started happening in the right karma, in the right problem, reaction, solution. Things would change, because we are the people that sustain this crazy, broken world. It's our world, we live in it, and we don't care about ourselves. We don't focus on our root problems. We need to be rooted and grounded on solid foundation, with the waters of life running between our toes. You need to really look at selfishness in a different way. It doesn't mean you're going to be rich and put your nose in the air like an Aquino. It means that you will put your business first and fix your problems, fix your life. And if you have somebody like me, that's a blessing, because honestly, the more people I have that are walking with me, responding to life with me, the more people I have that have the same view, the same intention, the same values and honor, we will change the world by setting standards. You want Shabu to go away? Give people a reason to live. Give them an example. You want people to stop begging? You want scamming and video sex to stop? Show an example. Become a strong example of success and happiness in your life. Value and goodness and all these things that we thrive for, they start happening when you care about yourself. And when you love yourself enough, and when you have the open eyes to see the situation in your life is broken for a reason. You're suffering for a reason. You have the children and no man for a reason. You have bills and you have money to pay them for a reason. And it's not my fault. It's yours. But you know what? I'm man enough and I care enough to plant my feet and my life and my focus, and I will make my deeds and my actions balance. You can change things just by changing yourself. When you look in the mirror First of all, you don't see yourself, you see a reflection. When you look in the mirror, you see what others see. And almost every time you mention this to someone, if I say, when you look in the mirror, you see what others see, your thinking is going to be different than other people's thinking. If your life is worth nothing to yourself, when other people see you, you might have one person a week see that you have a low self-esteem and you're depressed and you need help. Because honestly, just as much as we don't know the current situation in our life, when people see your life in need, most of the people will respond with, I'm praying for you. God will help you. Really? Well, the way I look at it, we were born with a perfect plan. And to be born means you have to live. And to live means you have to have a very simple reasoning, a very simple value system, and you have to protect your life with a standard procedure of goodness every day. You have to make choices and produce results. You have to create a storehouse in your life. You have to have abundance to be sustainable. And it doesn't mean big box stores and Video Bank and Western Union. Gcash, Sir John, please. Doesn't mean load on my phone. It means you embracing the challenges of your life and taking care of your problems one at a time. If your attitude changes, when you look in the mirror, you'll have more value for that person you see. Because your honor will start to convict you, and you'll start thinking, wow, no, wow. When people see me, they see a hurting, broken, begging person. Your pride will make you change. And the moment you start doing things in your heart and in your mind, you start planning a path of self-sustainability, life will take care of you if you take care of yourself. There's more animals and bugs, and there's more life on this planet than us. And I promise you, every system of life, from the birds to the fish, they're all self-sustainable. There was not one species of life that was created to depend on another. But if they're all living and cohabitating, the ecosystems counterbalance. But then you introduce us, crazy humans, with our history of not caring about where we live and how we live, we make it even hard for nature to exist. So you see how much reason I have to do what I'm doing. I turned 60 years old in June, and I've been talking about these things all my life, but I have not been doing them through my life in real. And now I'm emboldened to be a voice and an action and an example, and I will open my doors. I'll provide a way if you provide the attention and if you care about yourself. I'm not your savior. I'm not just this kind guy that's throwing money around. I'm a man with a purpose, a plan, and it just so happens that my plan involves you, and it involves me doing things that make us who we should be. And I think that's good. I think it's the best thing I've ever done in my life. It's the best commitment I've ever had. It's the best value of myself I've ever had. To be a moral, sound, just person. I'm not going to enable anyone. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to do things that hurt me. I'm not going to do things that hurt my reputation or my business or President Duterte or Maharlika. I'm going to do everything to build us. Because since 2016, with all the time and energy and all the truth and all the service and all the emotions and all the intention I had, what did I create? Well, I participated in the election for 2016, and we did that. Team Pagabago. And now I have to reflect, adjust, accept things in the past I can't change, and do things that have a foundation and a structure that don't disappear. You know, when I go to the Philippines, do I want to live in a bamboo hut? Well, if I have to. Do I want a hacienda on a mountain? Well, I might end up there eventually. What I want is to live, practically. And I want to be a progressive, stable, long-lasting example. Not this man that drives around doing like the Pope in it. No. I want to be involved. I want to change things. And I got to do that by changing me. My ideas will just be a book and a little word in a tagline when I'm dead, if I even die. I have a vision of us living longer than we think. You know, we were designed to be immortal, eternal. Your soul never dies. And your soul is more alive than you. Your soul is with God. And all the things we do, all the assumptions we have about our commitments and our dedication and our faith and all these things, they don't add up. They don't equal learning and changing and loving and producing. I believe if we take the challenge of increasing our ability to be available for successful, happy things, it'll happen. Now listen to what I said. I believe if we agree to accept the challenge of good, happy, and successful things and change, I believe it will be. I believe if we establish ourselves as real, purpose-driven people with a beautiful example, I believe we can do some things that will change the world. Because all humans have the same issue. We all have the same issue. The love we have deep in our soul doesn't balance with the reality we experience every moment of our day and night. And somehow, the systems and the things we do to try to attain a better life, they always lead to looking in the mirror, and most of the time, not even seeing reality. So, if you start to see people looking at you, curious like, you're doing the right thing. If you start to see good things happening quickly, that's just God's way of saying, okay, you're doing the right thing. Because if God can get the blessings through your life, He'll get them to your life. But you know what? The abundance of the universal goodness that we all know exists, that abundance flows so fast and so strong, we don't know how to accept it. We don't know how to change. We don't know how to be humble and say, wow, it's for you. And it happens every time someone has an epiphany, every time someone comes to the end of their road spiritually, Their ideas are gone. They can't do anything. When they give up, that's when a miracle comes. But you know what? It's very short-lived, and we forget about them fast because we don't have appreciation for our own life. The statement I said, if God can get the blessings through you, he will get them to you. And it's you. It's amazing, huh? We are created by a very selfish, loving, dedicated Creator. Our Creator loves us so much that in that one-to-one relationship, our Creator has bowed down to the total opportunity of existing. Our Creator doesn't waste energy on his name, his sex, his physicality. Our Creator has pointed every energy and every love and every passion in you, right in your heart. Our Creator is so selfish and so fixated on you that, in my view, it's my opinion, that the benevolent Creator of everything that is gave up free will and gave it to us. Our Creator has somehow found a way, is the way from the source of his love and intention. Our Creator has selfishly attained the promise to himself or herself that if we humble ourselves and live true to ourselves, our Creator bombastically, excitedly waits for that moment when our Creator can live through us and do, yes. Now I have another expression of myself. You know, our Creator doesn't walk around slapping people and saying, I'm God, do what I tell you. Our Creator doesn't have a history of writing books, creating buildings, or anointing men to say, follow me. Our Creator has the same goal, the same opportunity, and the same vessels that he had at the point of inception when created existence started. You know, it is such a beautiful commitment and a beautiful omnipresent reality to know that our Father, our Creator, is waiting for us to open our lives so he can exist through us. Our Creator is going to make sure that through the abundance of your life, when you start taking what I'm telling you serious, when you honestly pay attention to what I'm saying, when you embolden yourself to change and embrace this fact, if you are not cared for, if you are not taken care of, how can our Creator experience your life? If your life is crazy and in pain, if you have no way to do anything but live and hope for a better day tomorrow, you're not living right. Because yes and amen means this. Okay, I surrendered my broken, crazy will, and I made a straight, narrow path of my life to always be humble and show my appreciation for life and love and the relationship I have with the Creator. I will be beholding to that honorable opportunity to always be open and always be producing good results, good vibes, and be sensitive to that still small voice. And I'll take care of myself. Because if I'm strong and I'm peaceful and I'm balanced and have a good wise approach to everything, the Father can bless the world through us, because we care about the most important thing in our Father's heart concerning us, and that is us, you and me. That, my friends, my family, my followers, my enemies, that is the truth about creation. We were created to create and be responsible for that creation. It's not complicated. You produce things that make results. Make a garden. Get to know your friends and your family, your neighbors. Be different. Don't be judging. Don't be so stupid and sarcastic, and don't fight. Be to yourself. Start paying attention to the people in your heart, in your life. Make good relationships. Be slow to anger. And do good things. And just because you develop a good relationship that has peace and abundance and happiness and all this stuff, doesn't mean you have to become a savior, because you're not. It's going to be your full-time job to balance that bombastic relationship you have with a loving, real creator. Not real lies of a generation. See, even the words religion, that means real lies of a generation. If we can start being living epistles, living temples, if we can consecrate ourselves to be true to ourselves, our Father, our Creator, will manifest through us, and we will have joy. We will be so full of peace and tranquility. Our motive to live will always be to never lose that relationship, that balance, that miracle, that mystery of life that says, when I finally gave up, when I finally stopped living like an idiot, like a fool, when I opened my eyes and I put myself first, when I grounded my life on purpose, I started having my real peace, my real love, and my real tranquility started to manifest. And you just have the blessing of knowing that's God's way. That's the Creator's personality. That's the humility of our Creator. Our Creator just wants to live through us, not judging and performing miracles like in a show, a movie, a religion, a story, but in a reality, in a vibrant garden, in a productive environment that always has what's right on time for the moment. See, that's the humble nature of the Creator. The Creator doesn't want to be beholden to a judgment communication with you. Our Creator, our Father, never will face you and say, now, you learned your lesson, go. Our Father, our Creator, is just patiently waiting in your life while we hurt ourselves, while we don't live properly, while we never learn. Our Creator is just patiently waiting for us to be strong and be happy about who we are. And when you have the humility, and your first fruit always is you, that's a strong tower. That's a strong provision for those that would be under your branches as a planted tree, on a strong foundation. If your life is always producing a storehouse of vast, wonderful, sustainable days and nights, and if your time is always peacefully focused on you and that beautiful relationship you have, we will all journey together and we'll watch the world change just by example. That's the right way to do things. There's nobody that's going to save us. Nobody is going to help us. And nobody is going to do what you have to do for yourself other than you. Because I'm the one telling you, after 60 years of living, after being this deep in religion, after doing things that if I would have stayed lost in my flesh, if I would have stayed justifying my spiritual values based on a religion or a path or a book or what another man said, I would have never found the reason to live. My reason to live is my life and the beautiful, peaceful purpose and relationship I have with the Creator. Now, if you have anything to argue with that, it's all about you. There's nothing you can say that would change the character or the purpose of what I said. Because the most beautiful goal you can attain in your life for heaven and earth is for you to be the manifest destiny of our Father's created intention. So, I don't think I should have a problem having a few people contact me to better their life, to take the challenge to face their issues without any speeches, no prayers. Just dedicate your choices and your actions. Open your eyes and look at the things that are wrong, the things that are bad. Open your mind and make better choices. And then stand, be real, and let's stay connected. Let's do things together, and let's establish a better way. And you'll see, I am so confident and so peaceful that I don't see any failure if we always maintain our source. Where does that life come from? Our Creator. How do we pay for our precious relationship? How do we serve? Wow. By serving ourselves. Our real Savior is not a man on a cross. Our real Savior is that moment when you develop that personality, that real you, that only God knows, and you start to develop the character that manifests a wise, strong persona. I mean, your whole life starts changing. It starts getting strong from the inside out. When you start to know, when you start to know the appreciation and the gratitude of a Creator and a loving Father in your life, and you start to see your life change, honestly, by my testimony, the biggest, hardest things you thought you had to change, when you let go and let God, and all that means is when you let God, you allow that plan you're born with to manifest. Trust me, the hardest challenges you have changing yourself, they will change on their own. They will adjust your character and make you stronger just because you cared about that one relationship you don't even know that you don't have. Because most of you don't have a relationship with God because you serve a stupid God in a way and a path that keeps you from being divine. Be true to thine own self means just that. If our Father created you with a plan before you're born, a manifest destiny, how in the hell can you find that plan and that path for your life at birth in a building, a book, or a relationship with a group of people saying things and doing things that don't make sense? Because your number one responsibility is to take care of what God created, and that's you. Now, that's my religion. It's not a lie. It's a true thing because it happens for me. The more I learn to be stronger for me, the more I guard my thoughts and my mouth, the more purpose and intention, the more I see my life balancing, and the bad things are healed and the bad choices are changed, and all of a sudden have gratitude and forgiveness for myself, and my ears are listening to the right things now, and my eyes are seeing the right things, and my mind is thinking the right way. It's a total submission to the fact that you are a responsible human, and your values should be based on your values you have as a moral obligation to your intended created life. See? It's almost like the Creator was doing this. Okay, here's another one. I'm going to breathe life into this one. Go out there and let's see how long it takes you to get to know me. We don't look at things properly. And for that reason, we never make choices to solve the problems of our life. It's so bad that the psychological institutions and the people who write the dictionaries and everything, the word insanity is this definition. People doing the same thing over and over again, making the same mistakes again and again, waiting for a different result. For some reason, we are overlooking the big problems in our life and the failures. We're not admitting that we're failing, and we're just living and compounding and making more bad choices based on never learning from our experience. You know, you Christians, and if you haven't figured out that I am more than a Christian, I'm a man that has a relationship with the Creator. And I don't waste my time doing things that fail. Most of you should see. And you should understand now why that papal bull was written. It was to tease you with the truth. The statement that Christ said, in the last days, when you pull the scales from your eyes and you open your mind and you reason together, you'll do greater things than I did. Well, guess what? You are a creator. You are responsible to yourself. And you have an obligation to yourself to be you. To be a benevolent, loving, forgiving person. And when the systems and the beliefs and the fears and the life you live doesn't provide you with the basic tools to live on earth, you should know you're a failure and you should change. Because honestly, we all have love in us. We all have the ability to do good things. And we all have the same time passing by day by day. So, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing again and again and never learning from the mistake. That means making a choice. So, just that reality by itself should make you stop doing everything you're doing, and you should make choices based on you. If I never talk to you, if I never see you, all I desire in my heart is for you to be who the Father created you to be. And I promise you, the Father did not create you to be a Catholic, Baptist, Muslim, Jehovah's Witness, Ignatius de Cristo. You weren't created to follow Cubaloi. You were created to be you. And the biggest goal and the biggest blessing you will have is that moment when you reason with yourself. And just so happens you got somebody that's talking to you, willing to stand with you, and provide opportunities for you to make a better life for yourself. So if that is not a miracle waiting to happen, I don't know what it is. I don't know. I know it's not me wasting my time talking, because I've just given you the basic instructions to live your life. Our Father did not create you crazy. Our Father did not create you to be a problem or a burden. Our Father created you to be, number one, loving, kind, and open-minded, and able to see the condition of yourself. Because if you have that basic life, I promise you, our Father will be right in the middle of that life, enjoying your manifestation. So, what do you want to do? You want to live another day? You want to be a part of a world that's going to suffer? And I promise you, the world will suffer. And it's suffering now, as you know. You've got the example of making bad choices. Look at your Malacanang. They say you can't blame the sin of the father on the son. Well, Ferdinand Marcos doesn't have sin. I'll just leave it at that. I think that the jobs you need, the future you need, is wrapped around the reality you live and the choices you make and the action and the path you take. So, if you see the facts, the truth is, there's enough technology and enough opportunity to make all of us have a happy, productive life, starting now. I have all the tools, the plans, the experience, the technology to take any barangay, any area in a province, on a mountain, on the beach, and through the wondrous blessings of technology, we can create success. Wireless internet, beautiful ways of doing things that always put ourselves, the earth, first, and most of all be a long, strong, courageous example of righteousness. A perfect example of what Maharlika produces. Maharlika produces life. A non-engaging in strife, no war. Maharlika has a history of no war. Maharlika has a history of being a covenant relationship with the Creator. Why do you think it took 1,000 years for the Spanish to indoctrinate you? Why do you think we all have a dream, we all have a vision, we all look for a big miracle? You know what that miracle is? It's when Kababayan start living as a Maharlikan. When you embrace our mother, the land and the world you live in, and you start living as the Creator you're created to be, and you manifest the destiny that allows an omnipresent, most powerful reality called our Creator to live through you, that humility, that wise power will demonstrate heaven on earth. And we will see a lifetime of miracles and happiness just because we were obedient to our birthright And that is the way. The world will always judge you by what you do and what you don't do. And in many ways, the world will reward you in a temporary situation to keep you from being who you're born to be. We can do anything that needs to be done, anywhere in the world. We can know everything we need to know today, right now. We can say yes and amen without confusion, and we can drive our lives peacefully. We can have the courage to not be scared of making changes. Nobody in the church is going to come get you. The Malacanang is not going to kill you. The West, the oligarchy, nobody's going to stand in your life and stop you when you're doing the work of your life with love and power and demonstration. Because I tell you, the power and the love and the blessings that were intended for our good, just life is being wasted in miserable tears and pain and suffering just because we don't know that we're not giving our first time, our first blessings to the relationship we should have from birth. You are a beautiful future. You are a hope, a choice, a change. You are the reason to live. And when you find a way to let go of all the pain and failure and foolishness and loud noise and just over and over and over again living the same problems, the same destiny is going to be beholding to you. A future of zero. A fear to die. And most of all, a lost relationship with the reason why we all live. Our Creator is amazing. I'm just starting to open my life more and more every day to the fact that the more I trust myself to be me, the more good things happen so that I can practice being me and be an example. It's not a challenge. It's a reward. It's a healing. It's an emotion. It's a love. It's a gratitude that has never been this abundantly on the scene of my life, in the moments of my choices and my happenings. I have never had these opportunities. I make this statement to you as a very humble person. Those of us that right now commit ourselves to focus on our main obligation, and that's yourself. Those of us that really see the importance of that act of consecration, that dedication, that way that does not cross the will of our Creator, but provides a navigation that is fruitful, not a complex journey where you're looking at the maps and the choices. No. Letting go and allowing your life to be open so the Father can move in and really honestly enjoy your life? That's the selfishness of our Father. Our Father is so greedy, so selfish, our Father loves you so much. That's the biggest mystery I have with the personality and the way God works. But I don't worry about it. I mean, for some, by the miracle of who the personality of the Creator is, all of our relationships are ready and waiting for that yes, that thank you, Father, that deep breath where you don't have the same person suffering in you, but you start to see and feel and trust the person our Father's waiting for. The relationship you will develop with your Creator is not a relationship where you have to suffer and cry and be guilty. It's a relationship where you will find yourself in a acceptance, in an open way to live and think and feel, that all of a sudden everything in your life changes. And you start to see the power and the provision and the way and the care of our Father when you stop participating with the ways of this world and all the traps and lies and all the generational curses. All it is broken, intended lives failing. And there's no hell. Our Father didn't create a complicated, crazy world and say, well, shit, I got to make hell now, because I'm going to punish them if they don't do what I say. Our Father loves us so much. Our Father is so selfish to experience each one of us living a good, happy, honorable life. Our Father wants to be emboldened in our flesh as we display all the character we can handle and all the power we can allow to flow through our life. Our Father will stand through us and be proud with us as we change, as we find our moral obligation to be who we're born to be. Kababayan, we have a future of beautiful happiness if we become beautiful, happy people. Now this video is about jobs. This video is about a friendship, a relationship, and an opportunity. Will you be wise enough and patient enough and honorable enough to yourself and me and Tata Digong and Maholika, your children, reality? Will you be wise enough to make a choice that makes you a powerful person, a loving, kind person? You don't have to worry about the choices you make and the things you do when you're emboldened with the loving purpose of our Father. You were not created to be in a confusing, painful, lost world, a dying world. You were created to be immoral. No, immortal. See how the words, the identity, the definitions, everything's a trap if you don't have the right discernment. To be absent from the body is to be with the Creator, right? Well, we have seen the truth. We have heard the truth. But we have never chose the real solution. There's no hero There's no Savior that's going to save you. But there's an opportunity for you to be that living, purpose-driven, yielded vessel. That humble, powerful, loving, kind person that will be a radiant light in the darkness. Our children are being taken. Wars are being planned. Solutions are being ready for you, a lost world, to be forced to follow. Because you did not see the real purpose of your life. You did not see the real intention of your life. You were not created to be in pain and suffer. You were not created to inherit the problems of your forefathers, the past generation. You were created to live and not be the way you are. We have an opportunity. We have living examples. We know what the power of agreement does. President Duterte was elected because of millions of people seeing the vision and following a man that was strong enough and honorable enough and real. He wasn't fake. He did what he said. And he established a reality that the world witnessed. Marawi was destroyed because of that. Because he told the truth. When he went to see Putin, he had to hurry and come back. Not Mahuti. You know who the enemy is. When we see the real purpose of our life, and we honor the divine opportunity to be who we're created to be, it'll change. It changes one person at a time. One, then two, then 10, then 100, 1,000. We'll take flight with a life that will soar like an eagle. So, do yourself a favor. Open your mind, open your eyes. Take the opportunity while we can establish a resistance to failure and pain, while we can establish a firm foundation that makes us strong enough to say no, even to the Malacanang. Because the Malacanang has no right, the governments of this world have no right, the fake spiritualities of this world have no right or power in a divine creation. And that's a fact. Touch not the anointed. That really means you being who you're born to be. Everybody's anointed. But do we waste it? Do we pay attention to the real problem? The real situation? Do we have eyes to see and a mind to think? Can we actually have a reason to live together? To have the good intention to see a good world? Yeah. That's what's happening right now. You're witnessing an opportunity, a door open. You're being given an obligation to yourself, your creator, your choices, everything now. You're trapped. You have two doors in your life. You have a life of failure and foolishness that historically has proven to you by everything I've said that I'm right. You were created to have a relationship with the Creator. And just because you make a wise choice to put your life first, ethically, if your life is not strong, if you can't provide for yourself, you have no business helping others, because you can't even help yourself. So how can heaven help you? So when we're heavenly minded and our minds and our hearts and our lives are focused on a ability to see the product of our life, then we can reason together. Our reason together, the power of our agreement should be to always say yes and amen to the fact that we are created for a purpose. That purpose is to live. That purpose is to always put our born life first. Because when our Father can live through you and manifest through you, our Father will have the reassurance. Our Father will have the real pride for you. The abundance will flow. The miracles will happen. The world will change. We will usher in heaven on earth again the right way, because we're the ones that lost it. You know, it's not Eve. Adam and Eve is a bullshit lie. When we partake of the tree of life, that is an example of you not preserving, maintaining your life of abundance and self-sufficiency. When you go away from the path of your intended life, you forget about the divine creator here, and you start to focus on the world, and you look at the abundance of the world, and you look at the temporary insanity of the world, and you trade your good common sense and your good common moral ability to be divine. You trade that for a filthy, stinky life of lies and false promises and stupidity. That's eating of the tree of life. You have to do things that make you accountable to yourself, because if you're always balanced properly, you will always have the abundance, and the way will be made for you. The protection, the love, the reality will always be bombastically real. But if you're stuck, lost in your reality without having your business correct with the purpose for your life, generically, all of us have the same reason to live. And that first reason is peace within. The ability to know that good always comes for those who are good, not those who wait. You don't wait for nothing. A choice is free, a mindset is now, and a change is only a product of you doing that, changing. So, all of you religious hypocrites, argue with me about my intention. Argue with me about the reality I display with my common sense and reasoning to you. We do not live happy, abundant, real lives if we're living in a social system that makes us beholden to our ignorance. Your local governments, your national governments, regional governments, categorically, hands down, repetitiously produce results based on the false promises they give you and the fact that they align their pockets and their banks and their backyard with a global drive to make you a slave, and they'll blame you for it because honestly it's your fault. When I took responsibility for my life, I stopped talking in the public. I started looking at the complexity of my life and just how far away from peace and happiness and a good relationship I was with myself. my views, my purpose, my reasoning had to all be left alone for a while so I could really have that opportunity to be who I am now. There's no one that can say what I say. There's no one that can do what I do because I'm me. There's only one me. And I'm thankful for who I am. Because the more I embrace my manifest destiny, the more I embrace my obligation to the purpose of my life, the more I see things happening that shows the way I feel and what I say is true. And I am very selfish. I'm very stubborn. I'm very fixated on you being who you're born to be. Because that will just be the gift you give our Father. When you actually don't be born again, that means leave the past and forget about it and be the same broken future. No. When you take the life you live now and you start being accountable based on what I've said, it makes you that person you're born to be. And that, my friend, is the key to success. That's the keys to heaven on earth for you. And that will make us serve our moral obligation to be ourselves. And when anyone would argue and fight with you, if you have to fight with them and force them to see your reality, all you will do is say, I'm obeying the laws, I'm producing, I'm not a burden to society, I'm not trying to change you, but I'm telling you, if you got the law and politicians pointing a finger at you, judging you, because what they say you're not doing, but the truth is, your life is over and above what their standard of you is, guess what? That's how they don't mess with you. That's how we change the Malacanang, just by making a choice for ourselves. 2016, we had the corporate anointing, the corporate ability to see not only a country change because the people made a right choice, but the world-changing man established the truth of every country on this earth. Every country on this earth, every person on this earth suffers because of bad choices and lack of understanding. When we all start being accountable, for who we are, and we're not a burden to society, and we all have the corporate anointing to be wise, we will be a driving force that will, from the bottom up, make everyone accountable. Instead of the top down coming and pressing us down and making us subject to a world government. You know that story, huh? That's where we are right now. So that's your reason. That's your real happiness. That's your real guidance for yourself. Get your life right with you. And pay attention to the Creator within you. And respect the divinity you can live by doing it. It's a perfection that manifests when you make the right choice. It's not a practice. You don't practice anything, you do it. You don't hope for anything blessed. You become the blessed because you do the honorable, courageous, wise, forgiving, loving manifestation of yourself. That's it. We've got jobs. We've got a worldwide company. And you definitely have someone right here that's always going to be like this. I'm never going to be a crazy man trying to make you do something like Cubeloy or something stupid. I'm going to always focus on you. I'm going to focus on myself. And the product of what we do together can become the driving force that brings this world back to love and peace. and it's safe, it's accountable, and no one can fight it. Because anyone that fights the opportunity for someone to be wise and true to themselves and be a product of life that provides stability and no burden and is nothing but a moral, wise, good, law-abiding example, it forces everyone else to be embarrassed if they're not like you. It makes them jealous in a healthy, good way. It causes them to choose the right things. And we start to show our animal instinct like monkeys. And we just start following each other. What a wonderful way to be an example, huh? You're never going to have to go in a church and talk. You're never going to have to go on television and say, well, this is my testimony. Because people will see the power and the love, and they're going to be intimidated by the wise protection and the anointing you have. No one will approach you and damn you. People will stop their confused, broken, painful lives, and they will see a living example of heaven on earth called you. Why do you think I have your attention right now? Because I chose to humble myself and make my first fruit of my life be not suffering from the wages of my own sin. I'm turning my moral obligation into a celebrated, self-sustaining personality of gratitude. So, that's my second live. And yes, if you contact me, I will respond. I'll plug you into a system that will take you and guide you. It's not going to cost you anything but your attention and your time and your dedication. We can change your life, but I ain't going to change you. I'm not going to help you either if you're a broken, crazy person. If you're living like me, if you put yourself first, if you have enough value in yourself to change, I'll celebrate your life by standing with you when you make your success. Any opportunity requires you. There's no magical casino win. There's no lottery of you making a good choice. But there is a good, honest return for a good, honest effort. So, when you embark and make the choice and get signed up, you will, at whatever your experience is, be a human. You'll be a person that has taken a step in the right direction, because anyone that has the excitement in the eyes of, like a child looking at the Christmas presents, big eyes of excitement. If you can anticipate good things for yourself, I can sure see them happen with you. And I can sure have the strength and the courage and the rejuvenated life and power to be a stronger, better, more effective person as a leader. Because all I'm going to do is lead you to the same place I lead myself every day. Right back to the view of myself. What am I doing for me? What am I doing to make myself a better person? Do I have that good, loving, kind balance in my life? Am I healing? Am I better today than I was yesterday? It's all about me. See, I'm just proving what I say. I'm actually allowing the loving Creator living in my life to express through me. And it's a beautiful thing. So, the title of this live was Jobs. It's your first job to be you, and my first job to be me. And if we come together, when we come together, we'll be us. And we will be people who see the real purpose of why we're created. I think that's wonderful. So, thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time. I thank you for sharing, but I'll have more appreciation and more blessing here when you choose to really make peace with yourself and accept the fact that you're wonderfully made and you're not branded with a strange name or a complex, lost way to do things. You're magically, wonderfully able to see the big change when you stop complicating it. You stop blocking it from happening. See, it's all choices. So I'm excited. I have a lot of gratitude. I thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. And most of all, I'm really thankful for those who contact me and get signed up. You'll see the link. It'll be all complete today. This is a commitment I'm making today. The link, everything to be part of this is going to be up and ready today. We'll be able to get started, and in short order, it won't take time at all. You can be self-sufficient and happy, and you'll be an example, and you won't have to do what I'm doing. You won't have to challenge people to make the choice, because I promise you, when your life is an example, people will follow. You might not know it the moment they start following you and they start making better choices for themselves, but I promise you, there'll be people in your life in the future that'll come to you and say, you remember when you started doing things different? And, well, I've been watching you, and I want to let you know, thank you for being who you are. People will tell you how much they care and how much they thank you for doing and being an example. Because people really learn by seeing a good example. Because it's really proof that good things in a good way can be if we just do what we do the right way. Okay? Click the links. Thank you for watching. Share and share. And I'll see you next time. Love you. Bye. Well, here I am. Just day by day. A lot's happened since 2016 when I was introduced to all of you. Well, what a road. I know, Kobohai. Now, I'm just trying to reach you and tell you that's it. It's over. I'm the Eagle of the North. Tete Digong is the Eagle of the South, and he's not in office anymore, and Bong Bong is not who you think he is. BlackRock in Davao. It's the company that is the largest company in the world, basically. Main business is destroying countries and people and lives. It's the end game. Cleansing General Smith. You killed 3 million. You didn't care about that. Now you're waiting on Jesus. Emmanuel. Oh, buckle up. Just what do you think? Are you ready? I don't think you are. Check it out. President Duterte is going to say something to you here in a minute. Remember Marawi? You're just floating around in space. It's all up to you. It's all about you. Huh? Remember that? That's when he came back from Moscow. Yeah. They attacked Marawi. It wasn't Mahuti, that was the CIA. Okay? So, back on the road. Here you are. You got Bong Bong. So, he put BlackRock in Davao. So, it's over. 3 million was General Smith's job. Their punishment for knowing the truth about Maharlika was death. They were mostly Ilocano people. So it's up to you. You know, If you knew what I knew, if you saw what I saw, if you see what I see, if you feel what I feel, I am a divine creation just like you. I'm not denying. The fact is right now, everything's changing and it's all backwards from what you think it is. So I'm telling you, that's how it is. Get ready. What you gonna do? From 2016 till now. I love you. You like my hat? You like my hat? Have no fear, the Filipinos here. My friend picked this up in Florida at a thrift shop. I love it. Yep. It's the only thing I have since 2016 as a keepsake. If I never go to Maholica, at least I have a hat. I haven't had a good day talking to people today on live. I've been explaining about life to a lot of people that don't care to listen. They're gonna care though. Have no fear. Filipinos here. Nako buhay. What a laugh trip. But you know, I am happy because I'm me. I'm John. I love myself. I have a good attitude about myself. And I will live a life of example. Big time. Our site, we're live 24/7. I'm going to share the actionable marketplace. I'll tell you what, you're lost as a goose if you don't try. You must try and try and try. 'Cause it'll be okay. It'll be okay when you wake up. When you finally see the real you. When you are motivated enough to be you. Seriously. When you're motivated enough to be you, you will see the importance of you. It'll be okay when you wake up. Ooh. When you finally see the real you. My God. When you are motivated. My goodness, my goodness. We're going to go full strength, people. We're going to go 100% when you wake up one day and see that we're on top of the mountain. You wish you would have came with us. You wish that you would have came with us. Because, you know, there's only one way to go. Straight up. Straight through. The right way. With your face forward. Doing the right thing. So, that's what I do. Yabba-dabba-doo. You know, I'm very excited about doing things with you people that make sense. I'm very excited about taking and making real things happen. Seriously. We have a lot of good things ahead of us, but we have to be part of it. We have to do the right thing. Have no fear. Filipinos here. We have to do the right thing. We must categorically not deny our greatness at all. Because I tell you, if you deny your greatness, if you deny the greatness in you, well, you won't be great. You'll have a hard time. You will have a hard time making things work. So, having said that, I tell you this. I'm a happy man. A very happy man. Even if I don't accomplish what I plan to accomplish, at least I'm doing something. At least I'm doing something. At least I'm making things happen. You know? I'm doing something. And we should all try. What's wrong, Batman? My God. Batman talking. I'm gonna share. I get to share in my groups real quick, and then I'll talk to you. Undivided attention to you. To my groups. And if I disappear, I'll come right back. Now I'm going to try to clean it up a little bit. I'm going to try not to insult the algorithms or the... look at this. Everything is boob na boob. Boob na boob na boob. Like it's going to make you money, huh? Wow. Truly is amazing how many good women are half naked online. I listened to an older woman, an older black lady, tell her daughter that it is not good to be half naked online. You're not doing anything. It's not beholding to greatness or maybe to make a few pesos. Would you go buy some rice? You know, we have a more noble thing to do as humans. We should stop giving the world all of our power. We're living on kili power, and it's not rescue. It doesn't rescue anything at all. So, what's the real power? I'd like to say it's a hat. Have no fear. The Filipinos here. Ano ko buhay, huh? I don't care how many times I showed that picture with me and Tata Digong. Eagle of the North, Eagle of the South. It doesn't do me any good. It's not a status to me. It's on my phone. It's not a status. It doesn't do anything for me. At all. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't make life better. I gotta go get another phone. Waiting on a ride. Go to Walter Mart. Wow, no wow. You know, what are we going to do? If we can't live on kili power, can't live on kili power, we can't live on the power of love, can't live on the power of Shabu, or false promises from the Malacanang. But you can live on the power of your integrity. You can endow your life eternally with an immortal mindset. Immortality. To be absent from the body is to be with the Father. Not hell. Hell is a lie. A lie. The devil is a lie. A lie. Lie, lie. You believe that because fear drives your life. Fear drives your life. So, kili power will not save you. It's not going to rescue. A man, a goat, a fish is not coming to save you. You. When you come from the world and its ways, when you death, a mentality of death, when you take productive life of social fidelity, vibrant, it's like a vibrant star. When you, not an agent provocateur, but an agent of false flash. An agent of a message on a hat. Poof. See what that gets me? Crazy. In my color. When you take the scales from your eyes, and you reason to get Christos. It's amazing that you're back just like your CR wants to, and everything vision hopeful life that's embodied that has no relevance to today. To your problems. Although as long as you're emboldened by a false of your own relationship with the Creator, you deny your you don't wait to be part of some olive branch. The image of the Creator. No. Science. Humanity. Divine nature. Quantum physics. Sun. the hydraulics of the whole earth, as flat as it is, we undeniably are a delusion, but a misused, overworked, stressed, lost herd of living potential, majestic potential. One mind, one accord. We could change the world if we could. Why do you think that scripture in your papal bull? Why do you think that scripture, when you take the scales from your eyes and you reason together, well, on the stone monument, multiple generations, you've been lied to, you've been misled. But for the first time in all evil people, that they're scared. The elite of this world are starting to, their divine nature is booming in them too. We're all the elite, the elect, the destitute, the prostitute, and the man toot. You can blow your toot all you want. You can make a root from your backside. Your fact of your life is you can live better. Your whole mindset when we come together and reason and just stop being so, we tend to usher in the greatest production future humanity's ever seen. Your life is the only living book with see. You could preach from the highest pulpit. You can doesn't exist, or you can live the life in a holding position to lunge forward in a Zoe life. One mind, one accord, in the power of agreement to say yes, now yes, and be real. Change. We can be rooted and grounded to live. As fools, we have a good opportunity to be good, to be who the Father created us to be. So, what say you here to make things different? Or maybe try. I can blow this until fire comes from my ass and I fly. It might prove that I'm bilingual. When I do something to reverse this, when I put this before your eyes every day, When I remind the oligarchy, they are this bondage and slavery represented by the Bastille of France, the Vatican, the US, and London. This is Mahalika. Blood, the aristocracies, the oligarchy in London, enslaving servants, Kadama to be the star. This is my city, Lafayette, Louisiana. You meet somebody that has the information that's the truth. To save. When are you going to mind what I say? I give you facts. When are you going to live? Satanic rituals called church. The only devil that is to manifest at our birth. Our manifest destiny is stifled because cursed, generational, jaded like the bottom of a bottle glass. We are lost. We have no actions in the nostril of our Father. A loud noise in the nostril of our Father. While children are being abducted in the U.S., and remain silent, knowing everything you can be sure is that directed the path in your mind and broad. I have no warning sign, present desire to see more of us free, emboldened to exist in a world where there's no slavery, no, where we don't have a death mentality. Learn from our mistakes. Scripture in the last day, when you take the scales from his, Repetitive life of insanity. Cycle. The water's coming out of it. If God would take your life, maybe it would get your attention. Well, guess what? A loving creator would. But a loving creator would give to be a devil. Our creator, our father, has no choice. Life begats life. But the living have conquered happiness and joy and peace. Tried to destroy it in the Seor of deceit. Okay, because we forgot. Not here in fruit salad, not in the here, not in the orange, not in the center of all the action. The Creator exists. And be real. When are you going to take the scales from your eyes? Stop being insane. Is doing the same thing. Are you going to wake up being happy? When are you going to take that faith in your life and plant a garden of life and plant some feet to walk in, to live in, and a joy? When are you going to stop being such a victim? When are you going to break the cycle of your curse? So many times, that was President Duterte's very respectable way of telling you Cubaloy is a lie. Ignatius a Cristo. You know it. But the creators in all Cubaloy says he's God's. Than there is in his whole life. his mansion, which is called on a table outside. Before you die, and the lady said, "What?" She pointed at the gate. Cubeloid, the bombastic, the user, the grandiose POS. Figure it out. Philippines. I want to go to heaven. And she pointed at Cubeloid's yard. You think I'm being disrespectful? No. My eyes are open. I don't have scales on my eyes. My mind is open. I'm free to think. And my heart has reasoned long ago to hide from or destroy or diminish. Increase the numbers of immortality-driven, love-purposed people that will do no harm. Number one, to themselves, their self. To thine own self be true. If you can't be true to yourself, maybe you will try to be true with everybody else that's broken. All the sheep running to jump in the Taal volcano. A big cult of mystery. It's not a mystery to me. The end, therefore, you will see and know, because your history is riddled with failure. The only assurance you have is to be absent from the body, is to be with the Creator, to be with the divine soul that you are. Because above is far superior to below. Your soul is forever, omnipresent, never dies, you never die, death is a lie, and you don't have to be a liar. You don't have to live in pain. You don't have to be drunk in ignorance, and you don't have to spin around Sakanawara. Walla Walla Bing Bang, okay? It's not a holy language. You barely see the pain of your own life, trying to function in the lies riddled from past mumblings. You know, the common churches today were created by stealing, killing, and destroying the indigenous people of this planet, including Maholika, rape, murder, land grab, suffering, gives you the relationship you covet with the stupid God. And you get mad at me. I don't worry about that. You're going to see sooner or later. You need to break the cycle. You need to be you. You need to be vibrant. You need to have the social fidelity to come together, one mind, one accord, and be happy. Elevate your life to living, okay? Stop fearing death, because you're not going to die. Not the way that people tell you. Not the way the church emboldens you with fear. That's a lie. As I see it, not to be here in this world is going to be a beautiful thing for me. No suffering, no pain, no mystery. What's up there? I don't care. Anything is better than what all you people perpetuate. Everything all of you do, thriving to have heaven on earth, results in a deeper hole, a bigger lie, a more perplexing confusion, and a more emboldening, yielded will to do whatever your evil rulers say, from the DOH to the Malacanang, whatever.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to our channel. Today, we're going to dive into a fascinating topic: the evolution of humanity beyond the 5G and how our actionable marketing values are becoming more human. You see, in the past, we've been focused on 5 key aspects of human development: gathering, 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 and gathering. But now, we're moving beyond those 5Gs and embracing a new approach. Our marketing values are shifting towards a more human-centric approach. We're no longer just about gathering, but we're now focusing on giving, 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 and giving. So, let's embrace this new era of humanity and strive to make our marketing efforts more human-centric. After all, isn't that what truly matters in the end? Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit that like button, share it with your friends, and subscribe to our channel for more insightful content. Until next time, stay human.
Now, like I said, who's your enemy? It's you. Your enemy is you. The worst friend you have is yourself. The most reliable path to failure is the path you live every day without changing, without stopping to figure out why you keep failing. None of you stop to see what choices you could make to have a better life. None of you reason spiritually to see that your honor's gone by the lies of your forefathers. The only truth you have is your born life. The only spiritual salvation you have is your born nature. That's all. The only creator you have is the creator within. Our creator doesn't live in the Malacanang, in the churches, in the diocese, in a nun. Cubeloid doesn't have a red phone calling the Father every day. But I promise you, your repetitive life of failure, because you're grounded in the world, of the world, you've become so heavenly minded, you are of no earthly good. Now, that's empirical truth. That's a truth you can't run from. You have to face the fact that you've been misled. You've been lied to. Our Creator, our Father, doesn't work at a junkyard. You are not garbage. You are a misdirected, unreconciled with oneself, living failure. I don't care how many degrees you have, how much money you have. I don't care how many times you prayed, how many times you've been buried in water, covered in oil. I don't care how many times you talked in an unknown tongue, unless you are who you're born to be, unless you have a clear understanding, unless you know that you know your divine creator in your heart, you have nothing. You're a useless human. The only value you have, real value, is when you're allowing the expression of the inward creativity of our loving creator to come through your life. Miracles do not come to a cursed vessel. Miracles, divine heavenly realities, do not manifest in the life of an idiot, in the life of an obedient religious moron. Miracles happen when you let go and you stop and you just look and reason with reality. You are much better than settling and living a second-class life as an obedient, useless slave to something that died a long time ago. The origin of all of your faith, all of your institutions, all of your devotions, all of your doctrines comes from stealing, killing, destroying, rape. It's called the Crusades, people. There's no God in crusade. There's no God in the suffering of children. There's no God in war. There's no God in your ignorance. There's no power. There's no deliverance in a mentality that is bent to die. When your mind is set on death and your biggest fear is the unknown freedom that you could possess just by stopping and listening and living that dynamic truth that's booming in every beat of your heart. You can't argue with me. You can't point me in a face direction where I will read my lie that I'm speaking. I'm not speaking a lie. I'm speaking the empirical truth that you are yet to live. So, please, think about this. Is it a hat? You like my hat? Don't live in fear. The Filipinos here. Ano ko buhay? Did I just lead you in a bad direction? No. I just told you the bombastic truth about yourself. I gave you the answer. It's you. The only solution to our problems is a relationship with our Creator. An individual, step by step, breath by breath, day by day, moment by moment reality as an immortal, open-minded, empowered person to agree with this subtle truth. Our life doesn't have to be this way. We don't have to live with the fear of global warming or some virus. We don't have to live in fear of a country or another religion or another group of people. We do have to live in fear of our own lack of our birthright. We better embolden ourselves with a fast-track agenda to get ourselves right with that divine creator that lives in our hearts. That's my daily obligation. That's my daily maintenance of a life that's yielded to learn. I am teachable. I am reachable. But I will not follow you. And I don't ask you to follow me. But if we can walk together, immortal, full of love, producing life, producing results, if we can have an actionable marketplace of people producing, doing no harm, breaking history, the church needs to rot and fall in the volcano. All of them. Our divine nature needs to rise up like a hallelujah chorus and never stop. The world would change like that if we change. We're limited by ourselves. We're limited by our ability to do what must be done. But the unique thing about it is it's only you that has to do it. Nobody has an answer for you. Nobody's going to walk into your life and save you. Nobody. He's not going to have a sword coming out of his mouth. He's not going to give you 72 virgins. But I'll tell you what. If you start growing your own food and you start looking like an ignorant fool every day, if you stop living the insane lives we live by learning from our mistakes, the answer is very bold within you. It's called clear sight. It's called stop, observe, and make a choice based on not failing again. If you go to the same church, you cross the same door, you sit in the same aircon or lack thereof, listening to the same reprobate, begging for your money, talking about things that come from the history of death, destruction, rape, stealing and killing, because that's where church comes from. That's where the word God comes from. You spell it backwards, it says dog. Okay? If you repeat your same life, trying to solve the problems of your life by going to that spiritual answer, you will surely die lost. But you have one promise: you'll be with the Father. You're not going to hell. That's a lie. That's a motivation for you to pull more money out your pocket and stay in that church for a longer period of time. But the competition is very fierce in the religiosities of the world. They want you. They want your time. They want your devotion. They want your emboldened ability to judge and point a finger at your brother and sister. Because the idiot behind the pulpit, that lost fool that thinks he hears from a dead God, doesn't even know he's a man or a woman, just like me or you, created for the same purpose. To quite simply be a human. No one is created to be stronger, bigger, more beautiful than the other. In the loving Creator's eyes, we're all the same. So if your spiritual journey leads you to the door of a lie, that's your fault. Continue your lie, and you will lie with the lies. If your spiritual journey makes you think that more money, a better job, a better Malacanang, a better choice for president, if that's your salvation, live your failure, because it's inevitable. You're going to find failure again. As long as there are the huddled masses of the lost fools of this world, so ready to be a slave in the consumerism, in the lostness of global population, ready to move in a direction of death, they will die. But the moment we start living and standing and manifesting our birth-born destiny, then, for some reason, we grow. And we seek a better life. So, my hat is not going to save you. My organization is not going to save you. My money, your money, his God, their prayer, this one, a bead, a rod in your ass, a popsicle. It's not going to save you. But when you open your eyes and you change your mindset and you start solving the problems of your life, then you will become a person with a world of opportunities to heal, forgive, love, repent, work, produce results. Then you have an opportunity to really see miracles, provision, protection, safety, happiness. It's amazing. But when you take the Creator in your life and you put him in the CR and you push hard, down, 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 and you carry your life to another church and la 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 la, woo woo, it doesn't do anything, does it? But it never kills that Creator in your heart. The real Creator of heaven and earth is in your heart. That relationship never disappears. But I know why. We have a tendency to forget. So, I challenge all of you. Solve your problems. Open your eyes. Tell the Malacanang you are tired of Bong Bong allowing these children to go missing. Tell the Malacanang, tell Bong Bong, Mr. Ding Dong the Bong Bong, the disrespected president. You tell that man, that boy, about the CIA. You tell him and remind him about General Smith, guilty of, well, the blood of 3 million Ilocano. General Smith. You tell that ding dong, that idiot in the Malacanang with the yellow-tarred wife, you tell him enough is enough. It's not about the price of rice. It's not about the threat of war. It's about the fact that all of you thought you were electing the son, the emboldened son, the passed down greatness of Ferdinand Marcos, and all you did is impart on the shadow of Tete Digong's hard work. All you did is lay down the broken vibrator of oligarchy, the puppet boy of disrespect, to allow the Philippines to become an emboldened lapdog puppet nation again, where all of the machinations of the elite few that steal, kill, and destroy in real are having fun. Thanks to Bong Bong, thanks to you. You thought you were electing a hero's son. When you found out, you're getting the byproduct of George, an endless name, Gorge, Orge, a name of a reality that doesn't have any bearing, that doesn't have any purpose other than to just go with the flow, play a flute, say, I'll cook quite well. You know, we can't blame the failure of the hero's son on the father. But we can opened the eyes of who I believe is not really an evil man. I don't think that Ding Dong Bong Bong Marcos, the man I do not respect, I don't think he's an evil guy. I think he's just lost. I think he needs to have a reality check. President Duterte categorically, hands down, represented the people of the Philippines. Did he or did he not? President Duterte categorically, hands down, along with a very ambitious staff, lit the fire of public service in the asses of all of the people that worked in every city, every barangay, every airport, every public work. All of a sudden, the phones were, they said, yes sir, yes ma'am, how can I help you? Because Tete Digong was threatening to fire them, put some in jail, a wealth check, sending people to barangays, homes, and saying, ill-gotten wealth, where did you get this from? You see, that's why President Duterte is so worn out right now. That's why he looks so old and stressed. Because his lazy nation allowed him to take all the stress. His lazy, gago people stayed sleeping, telling me, Sir John, it's okay, calm down, calm down. God and Tete Digong have this. President Duterte is the president, Sir John. You're just a big mouth, Calbo. How do you feel now, nation? How do you feel now, people? You see where you have disrespected rule of law? You have disrespected God. You have disrespected your children. You have disrespected Tete Digong, me. The truth will never be destroyed by your lies, people. The courage of good men and women will never be destroyed by your coward lives. Just because I speak the truth, President Duterte spoke the truth, and the truth is still the truth, doesn't mean you have the right to live your life, which is basically insanity, and just talk about in your maritis maratas, why is the rice so high? Why are so many children being taken? Why is this Calvo opening his mouth again? See, some things you can't run from. Some things you can't allow one man to do alone. It's not a good thing for me to suffer alone while you sleep at night believing your lies, while you worship your God that doesn't exist, while you pray giving away all of your pain to the air, and you emotionally gear yourself up again. Oh, it's okay, I prayed. God's gonna, oh, Hanako Buhay, my problems are still here. See, we have to radically change. We really have to open our eyes, open our mind, and reason together. And we have to do it yesterday, now. We can't play games anymore. There's no war. There's no evil anger that you can do. You can't take anything and go to the Malacanang and say, it won't help. It won't do anything. They'll take you away. They'll bring you to Camp Crane. But you can stand up and say no. You can stand up and clearly speak the truth. You can forgive all of your enemies. But you don't have to allow them to control your life. Now, did I make sense? If you understand me, if you understand my English, if you understand my purpose in my heart, stop being a goddamn coward and stand up. Tell your brother and sister, it's not about me, it's about you. It's about all the people in the world standing up and facing the small little group of people that control you and say, enough is enough. We love you. We respect your right and your ideas, but you have no bearing on our slavery and ignorance. But you will be a soul journeying, potentially immortal person like us, and you'll be part of the answer. But the more you live your evil intention, the more you try to point us in a direction that will end our lives, the more we're going to rise up and be real. The more we'll allow the Creator within us to be. So, you people are the potential of heaven on earth. So why do you settle for your hellacious machinations? I want to know. It's time for us to be vibrant. It's time for us to change. And it's time for us to stop being asshats. You see, this is not an asshat, but I'm not exactly going to walk around the city. Don't worry, I'm Filipino and I'm here to help you. It's not going to do a damn thing for me. This is a cherished part of my life. It's a treasure. But it's not something I'm going to be out of balance with. I'm not going to go around my city trying to be Superman. But I'll be damned if I'm not going to try again, and no to reach you. Try to get that Creator in your life, that divine reality you're not living, you're not embracing. You have a power in your life, a happiness, a mentality that will free you to be the real you. So when are you going to be vibrant? When are you going to have the social fidelity, the clarity to be united and be that vibrant star? When will you be part of that actionable marketplace of heavenly destined people? That's what I want to know. What will it take to trigger the change of your life? Don't allow your suffering and pain to drive you to a place where you see that you've been denying the real Creator in your life. Stop and think for a moment. Take the scales off your eyes. Open your mind. And find somebody to reason with. Because it's not about church, people. It's not about God. It's not about Jesus. It's not about Islam, Muhammad, Buddha, Hare Krishna. It's about you. It's about our children. It's about a better day. It's about a world that used to exist without all of this foolishness. There was a world where the creation created and lived in peace. There was no harm, no rape, no war, no pain, no prayers, no hoping, no dying. This is all our fault. We must break this cycle. Will you? Will you? There shouldn't be a big question. Nobody's going to save you. Nobody's coming to help you. But heaven and earth will move for you when you're a yielded vessel. Think about this. If you are open, if your life is open for God to move through you, He will. And that's about all I have to say. Have a good day, a good night. Let's change. Because we are going to be the only living epistle, the only living book, the only living temple of life, if we live it. That someone will see. The greatest way to teach and lead is by example. So, let's do it. Bye for now. How are we doing? Y'all doing okay? I am going live for the first time with our studio, and I believe we're going to be live in many destinations all over, doing something different. We're going to be vibrant. We're going to bring good vibes and tell the truth and help people and grow, because we have to be accountable. We have to account for our lives and what we do and what we don't do. So just bear with me while I check our destinations. We're broadcasting through many different outlets right now. I know we're on Twitter, we're on Facebook, 2 locations, and our website, online. We're going to be a little spontaneous. We're going to be doing some things to get people employed, get some jobs going. We're going to help some businesses, and start promoting. We're all over. We're going to start promoting real interaction with change. We have to be vibrant. We have to change the way we do things, the way we think. You know, you remember 2016 for the election for President Duterte. Kababayan, what did we do? We did everything we could. We fought, we laughed, we cried. We saw things happen that we never thought could happen. And right now, there's a big difference. Huh? And what I can see from my time with most of you in 2016, you know, we went from coming together, Team Pagabago, coming together with solidarity, honor, unity. We saw President Duterte elected, and we saw everything he said come true. We saw what rule of law and honor and integrity and passion, we saw it at work. We lived through it. We had a lot of pride, you know. But we didn't take the time to predict the future, you know. How would we know that, you know, the son of hero President Ferdinand Marcos would be who he is now. You know, we didn't know that. But instead of using my platform to be negative and nasty and ugly, and I'm going to be vibrant, and I'm going to change my behavior. I'm going to change and adapt to a mature, purpose-driven life with clarity, and make sure that I don't have many years go by where I can't really explain the solid nature of myself. You know, 2016, I knew what I was doing. I knew exactly what I was doing. I had conscious awareness of everything I did. And I accomplished a lot. Single-handedly, I reached, and that's speaking for what I did. 2016, I went viral. I had people from the Philippines contacting me and said, "Sir John, you're trending." I didn't know what the hell a trending was. My video about President Duterte, when I defended him, when the reporter from Britain questioned him about the killings, you know, I knew he wasn't a vigilante. I knew what was going on because I have clarity in that area. I had followed Tete Digong the whole over 20 years. I watched him turn Davao from a slum, a battleground, into the safest city in the world. And I was in tune for what I was barking. But I was barking for purpose, you know. I don't want to have many years go by where I'm lost for me. You know, I believe if we bring enough clarity to the moment, I believe if we take the potential battle, I believe if we take the potential suffering that we would incur or have for not being wise, if we would just take time to reason together and be vibrant stars in a world of basically no living examples. You know, 2016, I got involved every day, every night. I put everything in my life behind me, on the side of me, away from me. I had no awareness of the subtle nature of my life. I had no conscious awareness of anything that would at least say, you know, "John, what are you doing? Why are you fighting for, you know, you're so far from the election, you're so far from the Philippines." I didn't take time to stop my madness, and yes, it was madness. The outcome was wonderful, but did it do anything? No. It didn't do anything for you. It didn't do anything for me, because still, even though we elected President Duterte 2016, even though we showed solidarity like you wouldn't believe, even though we performed and the outcome was what it was supposed to be, President Duterte didn't lie, we didn't foresee the fact that we would be a broken people. We didn't see the fact that even what I'm talking about now, having years go by where you lose yourself and you don't even know who you are, you don't even know. I didn't know the basic facts about my life that would say, "John, you're 52 years old, soon you're going to be 60. I hit 60 years old June the 4th recently, and it was a big shock. A shock in one way, like, oh, it's not so bad. And then another way, it was like, what have you done? Or what haven't you done? You know, we did perform. We did see President Duterte elected. We did see honor and truth empirically shine around the world and establish itself. But we lost ourselves along the way. President Duterte didn't lose himself. No, he's feeble and old now. He looks like somebody just left him, you know. Yeah, people still show him respect. People still cry and say, you know, he's the best and only best president, whatever. But nobody sees his personal pain. Nobody sees his grief, his disgust. Nobody sees the battle scars of his life like I do. Because I have the same. You know, President Duterte, what I respect about him the most is the fact that he never disrespected you. He never disrespected you. President Duterte basically did his job, and within the constraints of his lack of support, let me clarify what I mean. He had millions come together and make sure that he was elected. But yeah, you did something, you voted. And that's a big thing. But did you foresee the fact that when you voted for President Duterte, you also voted for yourself? You voted to change and mature and grow and be more accountable. Because you're the boss. You see, President Duterte didn't curse you people. I did. I cursed every day, my God. Because I saw people not doing. People were talking and they weren't doing. They weren't doing anything. I had people contacting me and saying, Sir John, I'm too scared. I can't do anything. I believe you. Nobody took the act of electing President Duterte to heart. That was a chance for you to grow and be more mature and level your life on a higher playing field. President Duterte he was accused of being a murderer, all these things. But killings, death squads, all this stuff. MacDo Motel. But no, he had radical things happening when he took over being mayor of Davao years ago. Because Davao had radical things happening to the people. He brought rule of law. And he changed himself. Because he had a physical opportunity to mature and take the steps of his life and apply change. What we didn't do, I know I didn't do it. I didn't take the time to learn in the shock and awe of the moment. I didn't take the time to say, wow. We fought to have him elected and he won. What's next? Chismes. Maritis Maritas. That's what was next. Because, yeah, we celebrated. We saw things happen. We saw the price of rice down. We saw controversy. Francis Leo Marcos. Lana Dilemma. We saw a lot of things. But we didn't see ourselves grow. Because humanity has a disconnect. Humanity has a very strange problem with maturing. Because we follow too many things that lead us in the wrong direction. Just like the election followed your intention. President Duterte made it to the Malacanang, but your life did not make it to another level. Your life stayed to where you could be a victim of, put a mask on. Oh, you better do what we say. Okay. We followed all these things and we did all this stuff and we missed our opportunity when you elected President Duterte to elect ourselves. We should have stepped up our game and changed ourselves. President Duterte was serving as the president in the Malacañang, and he was radical, yes. And he did a lot of things. But he didn't insult his people. He didn't say, "Gago, don't you understand? You elected me, you're the boss." He never said that. But in his honor, in his position as president, he humbly and boldly represented his people. If his people wanted to be ignorant, if his people wanted to be cowards, if his people wanted to lie, steal, and cheat, well, within limits, he had to follow his people. So, we should have taken our time to be a better example of human than the Liberal Party, the electors. We should have taken the time to really absorb the moment and support President Duterte in the path up to bring Maharlika back. Maharlika. You know, for some reason, humanity traded their existence to serve money, religions, consumerism, ideologies, judgment, hatred. But we never did find along the way, in all of these millions of years, it's not thousands of years, it's millions, if not billions. We have never found the art of being human again. We have never found the art of living, loving, and changing enough to be ourselves. Because a comfortable, peaceful, loving, safe, healthy, spiritually vibrant person is a good human, you know, a valuable human to himself. Do no harm. Love one another. It doesn't mean enable one another. It doesn't mean battle against one another. It means coexist. So I'm taking the step forward with my company, my life, my time, my knowledge, my purpose, my reason for living, and I'm bringing to you a platform and a way to do things. You can be part of this broadcast. It's going to change. This room is going to change. We're going to turn it into a studio in the next few days, and I'll be on here almost 24/7. I can if I want to. I can have other guests, other influencers, other people that do live content. They can come. We can develop a network. And my purpose for this network is not political. It's not religious. It's not about hate. It's about bringing people together in a common way, a productive way. I believe, and I've seen it, I believe that those that take the time to open their eyes and think and really reason together, I believe that those are the ones that are going to change. Because they will. Change is real when you make it real. And the good thing about change, when you face yourself, when you face your demons, when you face your unproductive lost life, and most of us have an unproductive lost life. Most of us don't love ourselves. We don't know the pain rooted in our life. We don't have the understanding mates or family members or friends to help us. When you start to see your life in this condition, it's only a byproduct of not being happy and safe and peaceful and productive. You have to center everything in your life around yourself. Yes, selfishness, in a good way. Self-sustainability. You have to care enough about yourself to have a balance, a productive, vibrant, inner standing, a peaceful reality. You have to know that you have all the bases covered. You have to know that your backyard's clean. You have to know that you're not at war with everyone. You're not hiding because you don't even know who you are. You have to know that you arrived. You have to have a moment where you can be in shock about the peace and tranquility of your life. Because once you clear your mind, once you really find value for yourself, Once you face the problems and the deep-rooted pains of your past, you can start to develop a now, a reality that's now. You can start to develop some good life. And it starts to boom and beam around. It becomes bombastic. You don't have to be a promoter. You don't have to be a preacher. You don't have to be anything but yourself. You have to be a good you. And if people do this and establish it for the people and for the reason they're doing it, just to have the result be equality, balance, and a better world, we will make it happen. We will not fall into the reality that says we've been serving, believing, living lies. We can start changing and being real. So, social-fi, social-fi, it means social fidelity. Yes, we are a technology company. Yes, I am a technology person. And you'll know a lot about that. I'm going to help people around the world. We're going to establish new ways of doing things. We're going to basically bridge the gap between consumerism and a dying world. We're going to bring back self-sustainability. We're going to bring back the fact that we don't have to have something new to fix and heal something that's old. We're going to see a reality that is like a dream. Because humans are great. People are wonderful. Even your enemy has good things to offer. So, Phi is fidelity. Okay? We're in the SIM card business. We do a lot of things. But historically, we've been a people company. And, I mean, historically, before 2016, I had a lot going on. But I stopped my life when President Duterte went to be president. And ironically, it took me from 2016 until now to open my eyes enough to see that I didn't have my life together. I didn't have planning for my future. I didn't have all the structure that most people have because I was so radical in my philanthropy, in my political. I was so radical in my judgment of others. But now that I've got a balance and now that I've got the time invested in myself, I can really envision a productive, moving forward, collaborative effort where everyone that becomes and has the dream and takes the action, everyone that makes themselves available for change, they will. And we will bring a world without end. We will bring a better way. Because that's what humans do. We don't need a savior. We don't need a hero. We just need ourselves. And if you are reliable enough to have a good heart, if you know that you have a good attitude and you have peace, well, that sheer peace, that sheer example of goodness is going to lead others. You know, you lead more people by your life, by what they see in you, than you could take all the money in the world and you can't save people. There's no book with a prayer in it. There's no spiritual guidance that will save a life. But I promise you, if a hurting, sad, dying, suffering person sees a healthy, vibrant, peaceful person, they will be motivated to move in that direction. So, Social Fi is a network of people. It's a membership. It's a private membership. We don't preach to each other. We don't teach each other nothing. We do things together. We do things different. We want to see a vibrant, fast, stable resurrection of life. We want to see a bottom-up accountability. We don't need the world leaders. We don't need the economic forums of the world or the UNESCOs or the United Nations or people like that. We don't need instructions from them for us to change our nasty lives. We just need the solidarity and the reality that we're facing to come together and reason. Somewhere between fact and fiction, somewhere between being lost and found, there you are. If you hear my voice and you see my face, what I'm saying is true. It doesn't matter if you're red, yellow, black, or white, Muslim, Christian, Catholic, Buddhist. You're still you. And if we can come together and develop social fidelity for the gain of you to see a more peaceful world, so we can all coexist without worrying about will we die without having a purpose? Will we die in pain, being lost? I love the idea and the reality that affords itself to us that we can all feel good about what we've done in our life. I don't want us to be thinking about all the years we lived serving dead ways, serving a lifestyle that did not bring peace and health and self-sustainability to your family. I want to see us all feeling good that we made a change. We woke up. We stopped hating. We stopped judging. We stopped gossiping. We stopped being lazy. We stopped begging. We stopped stealing. We stopped killing. And we started being wise. That is very much an attainable goal. It doesn't cost us anything to do things better. It doesn't cost you anything to be productive. It doesn't cost you anything to make better decisions. So if we have the social fidelity, and if we're all living examples of that way of life, then we will see the world assimilate. Humans will be human because they're suffering and thriving to have a better way. They just don't see the way to make it happen. You know, the perfect way for people to live is to just do that. Live. And not have our life embodied by a box of guidelines and historical lies. His story. Are you going to believe everybody's story? Just because they said it? Just because somebody else said it? It took almost 1,000 years for Spain to indoctrinate the Philippines. Spain effectively brought a cross-culture, a global influence, a spiritual system that was lost, and the lost memories and ways of life of Maharlika. That was a practice, and it happened. Generation after generation, Kababayan started to forget Maharlika. Maharlika was an existence of creation, an example of empirical peace and unity, kings and queens, of men and women. You know, maybe along the way I can tell more stories about this. I think it would be a good thing. But I don't want to start investing time in that type of stuff until we start having results. I want to see these times spent helping people become more productive. I want to see my time, the energy, the information, not be so damn instructional, but be an example. When you people start seeing a better way, you're going to follow that path naturally. And it'll be a rewarding path. It'll be a healing path. It's not about the money. It's not about the God. It's not about the reason. It's about you. It's about you. You just have to be really honest with yourself. Do we want to see people like President Duterte just, or do we want to see happy, vibrant, healthy, well-structured foundation people? You know, President Duterte he's feeble, he's weak, because he's lived in since 2016. President Duterte jumped into 20 years of aging quickly because of the stress of his nation. All of your insecurity, all of your instability, all of your chismis, all of your martis maratas, all of your negative, painful lives was on him, and he's still living. It's called stress. You know, we can bring health, we can bring a better day for President Duterte, because that stress can leave if President Duterte sees the shadow of his memory establish the reality he established by being an iron fist, an action person, a rule of law man. If we can take morality and common sense and make it our rules of our law, if we can look at ourselves and just make a change. If you can vibrate instead of what? Vibrance is a reality. It's like the sun shining. If you can be vibrant, I know you can heal, start making action. I know you can stop having excuses. You see, it's making me think. And I'm the one here saying this. I'm the one having the idea and the action to bring it together. It's making me look at the intricate parts of this reality we face. If we can bring more production and more peace and more accountability in our lives naturally by us doing it for ourselves, now you see the value of me saying this is about you. You're the most important person in your life. You are. And if you're not strong, and if you do not have a high level of reality in your life and awareness, you're not going to be able to help the weak in your life. You're not going to be able to help your children, your brothers and sisters, your family, because you'll be weak like them. So let's take a chance today, and let's take a different path, different ideas, an open mind, not a set mind, not a mindset. Because I believe that when you really start being honest with yourself, all these things that we feel like we'd have to defend, if you left your church, you'd have to answer a bunch of people, right? Why you left the church? No. People leave church every day, and nobody knows they're going. But when you leave church trying to fight for the reason why you're leaving, well, you have a lot of people to fight with. I stopped going to church, and nobody ever asked me why. Because at the time, I was too embarrassed. I knew why I left. I was embarrassed at how I looked like a clown in the church. How stupid I looked. I was embarrassed. I was judging myself. Because while I was in the church, I get mad at people that were like me. Confusion. When I left the church, I kept it to myself. I learned why I left. Because I involved myself with nothing that was even close to God. God wouldn't live in a church if you... A church is a painful place. I kept it to myself. So if you change your life, if you face the things I'm talking about, if you take a step to be vibrant and be part of a group of people that's doing good things, you can join. Just join. Click the link. Become a member. It's free. All you're doing is facing yourself in a direction that's going to be a better path for you. Because as you're going to see, the things I do and the direction I head in, I'm not going to be feeling and looking like this in a few days. I'm going to have more purpose, more confidence, more. I'm going to start shining. I'm going to be vibrant. I will be a vibrant star of reality. And I trust myself. I don't really have any problem with power or indoctrination or something. I'm really led by realizing more of me. The more healing I have, the more strength I have, the more purpose I have, the better I am. See? I neglected my life. All my life. I neglected me. Because that's the way we're indoctrinated. You know? Selfishness. Well, I'll tell you what, if you don't care about yourself, who's going to do it? If you're not rooted and grounded in a good, strong life, if you do not know the art of being you, if you do not have the Creator booming through your life, because the Creator's here. The Creator's not there. The Creator don't live in Cubeloid's house. Heaven. The Creator's in your heart, trying to express and feel through you. If you don't have your life rooted and grounded in a strong foundation of stable life, productive life, if you're not bearing fruit, you're going to be hurting others. You will be a drag on society. Alms, por favor. But when you take and you value yourself enough not to be a burden on yourself or others, that makes a difference. So, when you see me slowly manifest a bigger, stronger, more effective, more fervent, vibrant person, you'll be doing it too. See, each one reach one, each one teach one. You people wondered what was all this indoctrination and all this enslavement and judgment and hatred. What was its purpose? If there was any goal by any group of conspirators that would choose to mislead society millions of years ago, you know what they would do? They would stop all of us from being ourselves. They would stop us from living in peace. They would stop us from being self-sustainable. They would stop us from having the knowledge of who we are. And they would definitely indoctrinate us to judge others because of our problems. You see, we've all been socially engineered to be someone else. Instead of embracing who we're born to be, instead of having our destiny manifest itself in real, we just jump right out of nature. We jump right out of the arms and the passion of a loving Creator. We leave our own heart. We leave our own mind, our own good sense, our own reality. And we jump in a pen with some Lucian, a piggery of life. And we settle for that. We wait for someone to throw the slop, the old food. We settle for what we got, and we're thankful just to have another day. That's basically what humanity is. And a bunch of different variations thereof. Humanity should be an equal opportunity for everyone. Humanity should be a happy, prosperous, vibrant experience for everyone. Humanity should have good memories and good vibes. And the only reason it doesn't is because we don't. So see why I'm doing this? I want you to be vibrant. I want us to have enough social fidelity. Fidelity means clarity. I want us to have enough real life to see life change. bottom-up accountability. Instead of the governments of the world and the leaders of the world bringing down laws and control on us because we've been ignorant, we bring the change to ourselves. We bring the laws to ourselves. We bring all of that to what we're created to do, and that's live. Live, love each other, and make more. So your joy can be full. Be in the world and not of it. Well, I live in a world where they have trees and cars and houses, but I'm not a tree, a car, or a house. What does that doctrine warn you of? That doctrine, be in the world and not of it, that doctrine warns you of being worldly. The products of this world, the shiny bling bling things of this world, they're not the reason why you're living. You are the world. Above and below, in and out, you are the most supreme example of benevolence and godly example. We're all fashioned in the image of a creator. So we better start creating the essence of a creator. I believe that's what we need to do. Not through a book, not through a prayer, not through an indoctrination, through a radical change of ourselves. And hey, if you want to go and pray to a rock or talk to a man somewhere that you don't see, that's up to you. But leave your ideas at your house. Get in the world and start living. Because we haven't been doing it. We stopped living long ago. So I'm just using this span of time that we all know each other from, 2016 until now. What have we done? The product of our life is lapdog status for the Philippines. How many missing children? A foreign occupation. A military that was denied. Now it's a red carpet. Come on in. Come on in, guys. Shabu, almost eradicated. Now it's record numbers. Scammers and murderers and rapists like Norman Mangasteen. Political garbage like Lala Dilemma. Back on the street. What has it done? It's given Tete Digong a life to live for like he just barely gets around. But I'll tell you this. If we can even look at Bong Bong and love him and forgive him, and this is a lesson for me, because I would be persona non grata if I'd be there in the Philippines right now. I just don't possess the experience and the patience not to voice myself. If we can look at people like Bong Bong and just say, love you, man, but you know what you're doing? You need to be serving the people. The only thing we're seeing right now, we're seeing the extremes. The people that we saw rise to popularity on the popularity of President Duterte, the people we saw, influencers live in media, they're now against President Duterte, they're against me, and they're supporting the religion and the person, the persona of Bong Bong. You see how it's different? Bong Bong is a very talented musician. He's an orator. He speaks well. He even cooks good. But he's an expat. He's not on the agenda of the people. He's on an agenda that's aligned with kings and government officials and united efforts to take our freedom. we need to be able to be an example that would even touch his heart, because he still got his father's blood in him. And I don't believe that Bong Bong is maliciously planning like a devil to do what he's doing. I believe he's just being himself. You know, he was sent out of Manila. The hero president, Ferdinand Marcos, was paying the hospital bills for Nanoy. Nanoy was going to basically go witness against the LP. He was going to turn against his, because Ferdinand Marcos was using that opportunity. The minute Nanoy got off the plane, he was killed. His wife had that done. And what was his wife doing? Hiding under a desk. So, Ferdinand Marcos sent his son to London. Wow, no, wow. He went from being a Filipino to a Beatle. Yeah. So now, he doesn't have the common sense to really have a Filipino pride that would say, "Ay nako buhay." I'm not following the needs and the pains of my people. I'm not following the solidarity of a nation that should be perpetuating rule of law and independence like we had seen when Tata Digong was in office. He could take what he's doing every day and involve it with becoming his people. And even if what I'm saying, if I could touch Bong Bong and make him see, okay, make him see that his life he's living is not perpetuating the furtherance of the lives of his people. If I could make that touch his heart, if he could just have a reality that would be creative. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to change. I did it, but it took me a lifetime. I'm still changing every day. And right now, I really see that we can do some big things. I can see that if we can take our time together and be an example, if we become the example that we were created to live, then other people would follow. And honestly, that is the biggest fear of our enemy. Our enemy is mortified, deathly afraid of us uniting in love and peace and positive change. Our lives would change so fast, because that's all we're looking for. Every day we live, we're doing like this. We're looking for an example of goodness. We're looking for someone that's not Orokan, because we're tired of being Orokan. How many times I called people plastic and Orokan, and I was plastic and Orokan? We're still going to have our own battles. We're still going to have our own stress. You never reach a place in life where it's all 100%. We are going to have challenges. But when our choices and our actions give us a better you and me, guess what? We are a better you and me then. That's just how it happens. That's the miracle of life. It just requires life. And what we've been doing since 2016, we haven't been living. We've been suffering. You might put on a good act. You might put on a good act and a good show. But believe me, I know your pain. I know your suffering. And I know your fears. Because I have the same pain, suffering, and fears. Okay? I just respond to them differently. The only reason I have the time or the organizational ability to bring this opportunity to people is because it happens to be the quest of my life. I had such a Messiah complex all my life. I was actually narcissistic. I would fight you if you tried to stop me from doing what I was doing. I was a total antithesis of what I was talking about. My example of my life was totally ignorant. Oh yeah, I had more going on. I thought I did. My social level of interaction was with more like me. Those loud mouths that go to the big buffet restaurants and pray and judge everybody. Come on. Bucket! Tulukana. Go to sleep. You better go to sleep. Don't think you're going to go out there and look like you're justified. Don't think you're going to go out there and assimilate yourself with other people in a group and represent something. All you represent is that image. When I was beating a drum and singing and preaching and talking and judging, that's all I was doing. It had a season in my life that passed away. And guess what? Now, I earnestly, honestly, emphatically believe that I have more of a chance to do and see and say real. Because I'm real. I'm all I have. All I have is me and what I'm doing. But I promise you, when I invest more of me and what I'm doing on me and what I'm doing, the return is astronomical. The economy of a spiritual, positive, vibrant life is not based on monetary values of this world. Gold and paper, and it's based on sustainability. How can your peaceful, arrived, happy life survive on money and riches and possessions in real? You see what all the money, riches, and possessions have done on that standard of life? Consumerism. When we value stuff, when we value suffering more than we value peace and harmony and balance, wow, the byproduct is a dying world. The byproduct is humans don't know what to do. Because the paths and the ways we live have led to nothing. Every church, every organization in this world is useless if the people in this world are not the people they were born to be. And I have never seen anyone ever in the annals of history, in the recorded, akashic, or written down, I have never seen a born example of anything other than human. Because the basic operating system of a human is life. Human, moral, peaceful, vibrant, happy life. That should be our goal. That should be our common sense. Because the dividend we receive from that established life we invest ourselves into is more of ourself. And all of a sudden we have the extra and all of a sudden you become a contributor in society, and it doesn't hurt you. When you value yourself, when you have human value, moral value, when you love yourself, when you forgive yourself, and when you equip yourself with the ability to not make the same decisions to be a broken, useless human, when you take the excuses and the repetitive life of ignorance, when you take that and just change the direction, change the choices, when you start to see clearly, see when you take the scales from your eyes and you open your mind, and we reason together. What? Who wrote that book? The people who wanted you not to live that book. It wasn't God. God had no influence on that book. But I promise you this. Every emboldened effort to indoctrinate you and mislead you was for the sole purpose of perpetuating your broken life. Because like I said a while ago, the biggest fear the most powerful evil people in the world have is the fear of us being united and happy. If we can have social fidelity, if we can have a value for ourselves, the instant byproduct will be a provision for our community. Because the law of attraction, I watch people pray and I watch people suffer, and they say the same suffering, God, I want you to heal me. I want you to provide the finances for our home, Father. Okay. Maybe it happens sometime. But I promise you, the biggest transformations, the biggest changes, the biggest thing is the lives of people. If God can get some things through you, if God can pass everything through you, He'll get it to you. We're going to see, if we do this, and I know we will, we're going to see the world change. We're going to see the opportunity for us to forgive our enemies. We're going to see the life lived by example as we cohabitate, healed, mended. We're going to see more time for us to spend with the children, the wife, the mother, the father, the Lola. Our lives will change because we'll invest ourselves in ourselves. We start living in this world and we don't value our life according to the economic standards of the people around us. When we start spiritually emboldening our lives with values, human values, the return is instant. Because the Creator of heaven and earth will equip you if He can get it to you and through you. We don't have a banker God. We don't have a big box store God. We have a universal reality, as above, so below. We are all one. And when the corporate body of human makes a choice to stop suffering, makes a choice to stop hurting each other because we're in pain, when the corporate body of human unites and lives with purpose to drive the bare essence of love and life itself, what you think? Even our enemies will walk by us and help us when they see with real eyes, and they think and they process thoughts that say, I'm doing the wrong thing. I'm hurting myself. When we realize that our life was never served in the past, when we start to serve the essence of our life with the byproducts of choices that give us an immediate dividend. Just because I made a choice to be myself and stop participating in all the foolishness I saw, it gave me time with myself. And I can't begin to tell you what I have now in my life. I don't have a lot of people I'm around every day. I don't have a big room of people that say, "Hey, John," when I walk in. But I do have some very unique, caring, reality-based people in my life. And you know what? We're starting to see the path to go, the choices to make. We're starting to see the big picture. And I'll tell you this. If you want to place yourself in a strategic place in life, you get around people that are going up. The stairway to heaven is like this. But you know what? It's an optical illusion, because heaven is actually here. It's not here. It's not through some stairs. God don't live in the clouds. God don't have a long beard. God don't judge you. God gave you a life where you can judge yourself. God gave you a value system called karma, where naturally you should make choices if you're not influenced by others, if you're not structured to be anything other than what you're born to be. God will give you an instant result when you make an instant change to be you. When you can see and think and say and live as yourself with a loving, kind, empathetic, forgiving, self-sustaining reality, you'll change. Because you're just going to be possessing and standing in the footprint of that awesome person that was born to be you. You just have to do it. And it's our time. It's not the end, it's the beginning. You're not going up, you're going down. At least to a level of here. Because if you can't be real in this reality, face to face, how can you even know the love and the power of a omnipresent, forever God? How can you ever reach the prime directive of do no harm and love unless you are do no harm and love? If you can't accept who you are, how are you ever going to accept reality? How will you be anything other than a failure if you can't equip yourself with the ability to embrace who you are? The truth is, you're a wonderful person. And you're not great because of your religion or your race or your college degree or your job or your money. You're great because of who you are or who you can be. And that's called you. See how wonderful it is to have all the answers? And I'll tell you, I have an answer for everything. Right now, I could tell you the answer for everything. You. I'm not going to fight with anybody. I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to say, see, I told you. I'll just point you back to you. Because the biggest lesson I've ever learned in my life is me. I look in the mirror. I don't see myself. I never do see myself. I see an image of me. But I promise you this. When I start to see your loving acceptance and caring nature of me, when I see through your eyes what you discern from my life is going to embolden me to be more of me. It's going to give me like-minded, one-accord methodologies. And you know what? I will methodically be me. Because it's the best thing I can do. All I'm doing is validating what I'm saying, clarifying the intention of creation, and affording the opportunity, opening the door, leading the way. Everything turned evil by the choice of one person, then two people, then 10, then 1,000, then 1,000,000, then the next thing you know, the whole world don't even know who they are. But we'll fight. We'll fight for someone else's story when we don't even have a book to write our story. See? All I'm doing is validating everything I'm saying. We're all living epistles read of men, right? Your life is the only book that is ever supposed to be written, because individually, the love and the care our Creator has for one of us is individual. Now, out of that relationship with you, there is 2, then 10, then 1,000, the whole creation. Don't even try to have me quantify or validate the love of the Creator. All I know is, emphatically, beyond a shadow of a doubt, the Creator don't kill, steal, or destroy. It's against the nature of the Creator. It's against the perfection and the love and the balance of the good vibes of the Creator. There's never been a judgment or a killing or a misled anything. The intention of the Creator is unity. The intention of us being created is for us to have a living expression living through us. And the power and the might and the balance actually reduces the human to the life of a child. For that is the most powerful living example of Creator that we have available to us today, the child. So, we need to reason together. We need to purposely drive our lives to be vibrant, to accept change, and to implement things that bear fruit for us individually. When we can corporately stand in strength and love and wisdom, we will be the change. Maharlika, rise. Kababayan, I am the eagle of the north. Tatadigong is the eagle of the south. And we'll talk about that in the future. And Maharlika is real. The Sierra Madre used to go all the way from around Aurora up to the North Pole. And the world was different. The world was one. And yes, the world is Maharlika. So, kababayan, it's time to be people. It's time for us to identify and have a goal and reason so that we can have a better identity, a better reason to live, a better result. It doesn't cost a lot of money to be yourself. It's just the choices bear fruit. The law of attraction works for you. I believe that the choices made by our forefathers can be reversed when we learn to stop reliving them. A cursed generation is nothing but generation after generation participating with eating of the tree of life. You know what that is? It's not an apple. A woman didn't do that. When we eat from the tree of life, all it is we're eating our habitat, we're eating our moral guidance, we're consuming our independence and our vibrance, and we're choosing a life of suffering. And we've just learned to fashion defense mechanisms and generations and eons of resilience to be ignorant. There's nothing more bobo and goggle than a nation of people that can't even see the value of their own self to be people. When you value somebody else's story other than your own, it just shows you're a lost person. It just shows that you have no compass, you have no strength, nothing real. So if the choices of our forefathers led to this living example of failure, the purpose of it was for us not to be peaceful and sublime. It's not something that was intended. The loving Creator didn't intend for us to be so stupid. It's just a byproduct of us having a life that was given to us like that. We were born into it. When we take the excuses and the mistakes of our forefathers and we go forward with lessons and thinking clearly and seeing the right thing to do, the path will be given to us. It's not going to come out of a book or a prayer. And I mean, you're not going to hear the voices of heaven speaking. Oh, no. This is about us. Life is about us living. So, when you make better choices and you really love yourself and you really care enough about yourself that you start to see the big picture of life. The fact is, if you're not a strong person, if you're not spiritually, physically, monetarily, if you're not equipped to help others, how can you actually help? A life without end is our choice. It's our option. An immortal life instead of a death mentality, where we have honor and peace and we're not battling in our life foolish wars, but we're embarking on a peaceful habitat and we're instilling that through our actions. See? It started with one bad decision, 2 to 110, and then exponentially we lost who we are. We lost Maharlika. We lost unity. We lost the reason to live, the real reason. So, I want to leave this conversation with you not judging me for what I say, but judging what I say as a good option for us. When we start to live and love and change, we live, love, and change. And that, my friends, is the only real choice we can make. Because every other choice that we see before us or that we have made thinking that we did the right thing, it leads us to a very brutal end where your reward is eternal life. To be absent from the body is to be what? Not in hell. That's a man-made conception. That's a perception deception. That's to cause fear. I would rather pass on to an eternal existence knowing that I did the right thing. I would be, and I am, excited and intrigued to have the byproduct of millions and millions of good humans just being good humans. I would really, really be valuable to my Creator then. I would probably, I'd probably be met with open arms if the byproduct of my life has actually made people choose to be who they're born to be. That'd be the highest, most noble thing we can do, is to be you. To be who you're born to be. I want to leave this live with this promise from my heart, and my integrity and my honors on the line here. I'm investing my life and I'm stepping forward to be a manifestation of who the Father created through me. Never to be in a position where I'm judging you, giving you alternatives, or telling you to do this and this and this. I want to live my life where it's easier for me to be me. I want to live my life where I know that I've influenced people to be a better person naturally. Because that's what's been really my goal all my life, is to see a world where people are not hurting and not suffering. I didn't see anything for me until I saw me. When I saw the sad nature of my life, just because of the choices and the actions I had and the investment of life that was foolish, it left me with a broken down, hurt, suffering person. And it wasn't until I learned to embrace my life and love myself where I started to have value for me. And when I reached this threshold of my life today, I'm humbled to know that I can have a part to be instrumental in being an example to lead people to be who they're created to be. This, my friends, I leave you with this. The purpose of this live broadcast, the investment, the platforms, the time, it's not well thought out. It's not something I've sat down with some professors and some engineers for a year. This was a spontaneous reaction to some things in my life that were showing me a pattern. I was doing the same thing again and again and again, trying to have the ultimate result, and that is to reach people, to help President Duterte, to make Maharlika rise, to influence your life to where you would be a better person. I not go buhay. I just validated why I'm doing this. I just validated everything I said. I'm going to try to do this live broadcast and to commit to it and to be an open example of success, to be a waymaker by example, because if I saw the fact that my life was nothing. It doesn't matter how much money I have. It doesn't matter what kind of stories I can tell you. My life was categorically a life that everyone could judge, and you could see the fruit of me not living for a better me. And honestly, all the things I fought for, all the things I did, they didn't mean anything, because I wasn't living that example that I was fighting and trying to teach and trying to guide. Now I'm starting to live that example. So this platform is going to be a network, a 24/7. We can have people come in and do, I can have anybody come talk with me. We're going to have other shows on this. But I promise you, they will be based on example. Good examples that perpetuate tranquility and self-sustainability and peace and open-minded resolution. What is that resolution, my friend? It is not in the choices or the constitution of a human to be justified as a human based on religion, creed, nationality, or identity. It is the only challenge to you, a prime directive from the Creator for you to be you. Because that's all the Creator wants from you, is the ability to express and live and love through you. And if you fight and argue with that, you're a sick individual. That one statement speaking to preachers and priests and nuns and Muslims and whoever, the Mahdi can hear that. And if they have a heart and an open mind, and if they really love the Creator, and they love themselves, they would be standing with me. The purpose of every church, every religion should be to end. Because the manifestation of anything good should manifest. The seed should be planted, and the harvest should be perpetual. So, this platform, Social Fidelity, we're a technology company. We're going to be talking about technology. I'm going to actually operate my office through this live every day. I'm going to onboard agents. We're going to be hiring every day. We're going to be putting customers online. I will be introducing everyone to this opportunity to be an example. My political goal is to generically, categorically, worldwide, inform every human that it is their moral obligation to hold their leaders accountable, because the laws that govern society, ironically, they always judge us and govern us, but they don't seem to fall on the reality of the life or the sin of our leaders. So, if we all have a good grip on the legal system, we're going to take the criminal just us system and give them their criminals. And that's the leaders and the ones that make the laws. Most of them are corrupt as can be. It's a career, Comlec, Smartmatic. That's to keep you from being a moral compass. That's to keep you from being a human that governs life through the power and the living vibrance of a Creator living through you. See? So we're going to bring change. I'm going to inform people a simple way. I don't have to get a book. I don't have to say the reason I do this is because I serve for... No, I'm being myself. I want to be the best example of human, the most accountable. If the strongest person on earth came to point fingers and judge me, I want that person to be honored to stand before me. I don't care how rich or how poor you are. The way you conduct your life is the way I judge you. It's the way I see your success or your failure. It's because that's the way I started changing. I started judging myself. I started making better choices. So, this platform will be to inform, to be an example, and to celebrate, and to be a living example. Because that's the only way we're going to change. So it's been over an hour. I'm going to let you guys go. I have things to do. I have to organize this and be a little bit more presentable. I don't want to be a network like ABS-CBN. I want to be me. And I think you do too. And when we can be ourselves without arguing about politics or religion, we can just start living. When the product of our life becomes the self-sustainability and the direction and the strength of our family and our community. See where I'm headed? Somebody's got to do it. Okay? Let's start living. Let's have a better way of doing things by doing it together. That's the only way we can be accountable. And it's an easy thing to do when you have others doing it with you. Bye for now.
Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to our channel. Today, we're going to talk about actionable marketplace solutions and how they can help us become more accountable and productive in our daily lives. You see, by producing results and focusing on bottom-up accountability, our membership can truly shine as a vibrant example of what's possible. On the other hand, top-down corrective measures have often exposed the weaknesses of humanity, but that's all about to change. The Internet of Things is a wake-up call for all of us, urging us to be the change that others will see. This change will drive the greatest production of humanity, and the world is more than ready for it. So, let's work smarter and embrace this change together. Thank you so much for tuning in. And if you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to our channel, and share it with your friends. Until next time, stay productive and accountable.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to our channel. Today, we're going to dive into a fascinating topic: the evolution of humanity beyond the 5G and how our actionable marketing values are becoming more human. You see, in the past, we've been focused on 5 key aspects of human development: gathering, 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 and gathering. But now, we're moving beyond those 5Gs and embracing a new approach. Our marketing values are shifting towards a more human-centric approach. We're no longer just about gathering, but we're now focusing on giving, 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 and giving. So, let's embrace this new era of humanity and strive to make our marketing efforts more human-centric. After all, isn't that what truly matters in the end? Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit that like button, share it with your friends, and subscribe to our channel for more insightful content. Until next time, stay human.
Seems like your day is here. What did you think would happen? You thought you'd see? And see in the clouds? Oh, poor babies. You thought all the promises would come true. You thought you could get away with it at the last minute. You didn't know the season. Almost the hour. Did you ever think about looking in the mirror? Did you ever think about what your baby God said? He said in the last days, when you open your eyes, when you start thinking, you reason together, you'll do greater things than He did. Did your baby God ever go in the church? One time. Such a wonderful display of love. He tore the skin off of people's backs with a cat of 9 tails. Do you think your perfect Creator made a place for me to manifest and do all? No. I manifest because you allow me. My evil and my intentions come from your confusion. The Creator is perfect in all ways, loves, that passes all understanding. We've known all along. All of you will walk into heaven, die and go to heaven, be an eternal soul forever. Because there's only the judgment of your karma. You're responsible for yourself. But we had fun using you. In the last days, all of you that think you can hide behind your words, I'm sorry, mind your business now. Don't you know a real man or a woman judges the fruit and not the flute that blows the sweet words that used to live in your purgatory in the past, where your plastic and sin could act good and holy. You guys better wake up, 'cause it's over for you.